It is Apollo time. No. Okay, no, okay. Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? Apollo on medical marijuana, so true. So true. Hello. Hello. How do we like things? I might have to turn the thing where I can hear my own voice off at some point. Oh, wait, no, I can just turn it down because of my headphones. Ah. Stream looks incredible. Thank you. I love you. How we doing, gamers? We excited? We back in the mine. So true. So we back in the mine, got our pickaxe swinging from side to side. Can you guys see the chat well? By the way, like, is the text big enough? Is it like... We're gonna be troubleshooting a little bit. Polyjustice Pocket, I love him. Me too. Okay. I will say your mic is really quiet. I can turn that up. Is it better now? No. Hold on. Let me fix that. Ah, it's because my stream isn't actually going through my mic. Okay. Well, that'll do it. Okay. How is that? No. Okay. Why is... Why are you going through the music? Why are you going through the music thing? Hold on. Property. Device. Your mic is doubled now? Yeah, that makes sense. Give me a second to fix it. Is it fixed? Am I just going through one now? Okay, sick. I set the source for this to Spotify, so I don't know why it's going through the fucking mic, but I'll fix it later. Is my cursor gonna show up if I bring it to the screen? Are you guys ready for this? Oh, it looks so small. But can you see what it is? It's Apollo's fucking hand. It's Apollo's pointy sprite. Hearing myself is so weird. I might turn that off at some point. But I don't know, I might not. We're testing things out. We're seeing things as it goes. I just want to check and see if Romeo's awake. We also might just chill for a minute because I have barely eaten today. Oops. Whoopsie. Also, my throat really hurts for some reason. It's almost like I've been yapping for hours on end for the past month. But that'd be crazy. Does the audio sound good though? Like, does it sound crisp? Is it still quiet? I can turn the gain up. Is it better now? Romeo! Okay, wait, hold on. How is the mic now? Is the mic good? Testing, testing, testing. Is it better? A lot better? Okay, fantastic. It is as dark as in my room, my dog. Like the dark age of the law? Foreshadowing. Okay. Are we ready, party people? Let me just do something real quick, actually. Dude, having two monitors fucking rocks. Like, it's actually so cool. Hi everyone, I am ill, womp womp. Why is everybody fucking ill right now? And I forgot to take my meds. Shit. Give me 2 seconds, okay? I'm gonna fix my mouse. I'm gonna fix my mouse. Okay, it's a little bit bigger now. Oh wait, no, it still looks tiny even though I made it bigger on my screen. That's so weird. Anyway. I think I actually had a dream about this upcoming stream. It was weird. That's so funny. This is medication taking ASMR. Ooh, and then we got the metal cap. Oh, this mic is so sensitive. It's so good. I have some sort of something infection that's been kicking my ass a bit. Yeah, Bubbit's been having a rough one. Okay, ASMR over. We are gonna get interrupted by Infinite Pizza soon. Soon-ish. Because I did ask my family member to throw in some pizza for me. I keep confusing Nova's name and Beloved's name because they're both like the same shade of red. Or a very similar shade of red, so I keep mixing up who is saying what. Okay, time to silence my phone. Doing all my professional streamer stuff on stream. It doesn't get more authentic than this. How do I change color again? I think you click on your name. It might be a desktop thing. Oh, Nova says they're gonna change theirs. Thank you, Nova. I really appreciate it. I like when I can tell who's saying what because yeah. I made a lot of progress on my PNG tuber today. Like a lot. Like it's getting close to being done-ish. Like there's a lot of stuff that I can do to improve it. Oh my god, you guys are going to be able to hear my knuckles crack now. I can't just absently crack my knuckles. You guys are going to hear it. The mic is too good. I'm going to do the ASMR, like, hand fluttery movements. Okay. I'm just delighting myself. Okay. Amazing, I hate it. Good thing you love me, though, huh? Okay. It's for I do love you. Yay! Yippee! Yay! Okay, it's 420. Here we go, motherfuckers. What's up, gamers? It is time for the best character in the whole fucking Ace Attorney franchise. The whole fucking franchise. It's time! I'm so scared. Wait, hold on. I actually haven't played the remake yet. Yeah! Game selection, museum, options. I already took a look at the options, so everything should be fine there. Why is the music fire, though? Ooh, the game is too loud. Okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay, turning that down. Okay. Is that too quiet now? I made it about half. Hey, Romeo's gonna actually be able to hear the music now. Yippee! Just yell louder. Okay! I can't hear it, sorry. No! Something's up with Romeo's ability to hear the music. Here, let me turn it up just slightly so that Romeo can maybe hear it. Is this still good? That's the blonde bitch. Coffee or my beloved wife is going on. That's the blonde bitch, right? That's the blonde diva, to be real. Okay. Oh, this is so sick. My voice lined up with... Ah, there he is! There he is! There he is! There he is! Ah! Look at this shit. Ooh. Ooh, who's that guy? Who's that? Ooh. This is so cool. A new era begins. Yes, it does. 2007. Hobo Phoenix, now I will know the context. Episode 1, Turnabout Trump. Here we go. This is so fucking cool. Stop gifting subs! Oh my god! Are you trying to be number 1 again? I'm trying to pay attention to the cinematic. Love! Beloved! What the fuck? Thank you! Showdown time. Jesus Christ, beloved! You lose. Ah! Yay! I'm on the last episode of this game. Ooh, the match cut. Oof. Oh, this is so cool. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Hi, Anna. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Hi, Anna. Hi, Star Spice. Hi, Hepcat. Ponold and Gonold are back, baby! They're here! Yeah, I was making you worry about them not being here for no reason, just for funs. Ponold, Gonold, how you doing? Oh, it's been a long time. Yeah, it's been a long time. Guys, can we talk about the couch details? Yeah, this game is fucking gorgeous. Also, the differences in the UI it's throwing me off so bad. Where's my silly little blue boxes? April 20th, 9:37 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Panicked, palms sweaty. I can admit it, I'm nervous. Everything's more yellower. I'm glad their souls didn't get eviscerated. Good morning. Who's this guy? Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No! I'm loose! I'm fine! Hey, who the fuck is this? This isn't Phoenix. Oh, yeah, who's this guy? He seems to have some kind of something on his lapel here. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise, is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine! I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Quartz of Steel voice workout. I'm fine! That explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your speech. I overdid it again. Beloved! Are you just determined to be... Is this guy Armia? Yeah! He's so loser. Apollo, my loser core beloved. Beloved's just... Oh my god, there's a hype train and everything. Oh my god. Are you just determined to be number 1 in every stat? You gotta chat a lot more to beat Romeo, because Romeo's at like 3,500 messages. Oh my god, thank you though for the bits. Teehee. The chatter. That's true, that's you. Head shake animation. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes! Yes! I'm fine, sir! One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. More bits? Beloved, thank you. Do you like my, animations for my alerts? I made all of them myself. Oh, I can open a hype chest. Woo! Does every mentor have to pull the Rantuber pose? People might take you the wrong way. Oh. My thing was on the wrong screen. Oop. Hello. Gulp. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. I have to figure out what my Apollo voice is gonna be because, like, my Phoenix voice was just my voice. Also, I gotta stop fucking cracking my knuckles. I'm just, like, fidgeting because I'm so excited. Any input on the Apollo voice, my love? I should have saved my voice for Apollo and made Phoenix something else. Slightly higher IDK. No, he's on T. Don't worry about it. No, listen. Here's what it's gonna be. It's just gonna be my voice. My Apollo voice is just gonna be my voice, and then this year, as I'm on T and my voice drops, me and Apollo are gonna be like going through HRT at the same time. Live action Apollo, truly! And I'm a 2003 baby and everything. Oh, because you are Apollo Justice. So true! And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Whoa! Good, morning? Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. Are you fucking kidding me? Ooh, Phoenix got accused of murder again. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? So, you're... Fine! I'm fine! Mr. Fine, is it? Did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend, so why? You'll see. You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, it's time. Shall we? Yes, sir! Oh, like Phoenix Wright is a normal name. Bailiff, someone let a hobo in here. Let me take care of that real quick. Oh, wait, it's, hi, Mr. Wright. It's been a while. Yeah, how long has it been? Something tells me I shouldn't answer. That's right. Because it's gonna be answered soon. Fucking Mr. Sandals. Okay, I need to focus. First trial, here comes justice! April 20th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. It's even a slightly different shade of green. Oh, fucking dropping shit. I mean, you said it's in 2026. It's not hard to deduce when. It pisses me off. Oh, Phoenix just, like, existing? Look at the detail going on. We're at a different angle completely. This is, like, disorienting. What the hell? Whoa. We're, like, actually looking up at him now. The court is now in session. Oh, man. The hair, it's so good. This is like Beta Homestuck. It looks like Beta Homestuck to me.
My prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Payne is the first prosecutor. Unk still got it. Even he's more yellow.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is, fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. Look at him!
Yeah, it's Gaspin, but I was gonna let us find that out on our own. But wait, let's look at the court record. Attorney's badge. How long did I yearn for one of these? Just putting it on makes me feel ready. And what's this? Whoa! Whoa! It's in 3D! Scary ass different UI. Truly, truly, truly. But hey, the profiles thing is a lot more noticeable now. So there's that. It looks like it's on the inside of a wallet or something, or on the inside of a file. So that's cool. But it is different. Christoph Gavin, the boss at Gavin Law Offices, a first-rate defense attorney and my trusted mentor. My first client. Just standing in front of this guy makes me nervous. Shoddy Smith, the victim in this case. A traveler, only recently back in country. Winston Payne. Oh, I thought this was Gaspin. He's 61 now, damn. Onk, onk, onk. The prosecuting attorney, for all his experience, he lacks a certain presence. And he kinda... Is there some kind of smell in here? No, it must just be my imagination. Okay. Winston, the chud loser. Old man smells like garlic. Nah, he smells like piss, dog. Well, that's why the suit's yellow, because of the piss. The defense is, fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. This is too late. Your name was Mr. Justice? And this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine, really. His name is Apollo Justice, and he is fine! Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor? I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, I'm gonna make him explicitly British. That's just the T, Your Honor. I'm gonna make him explicitly British. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. He is British, it's in his objection. Ooh, nailing it. Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine. But does he have cords of steel?
Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom.
Him, are we still in Japanifornia? Yeah.
This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright.
Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player.
Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? I won't speak of it further, then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges. Mr. Payne? To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains.
Ah, Winston Payne, subtle as ever, I see.
Ahem. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant.
Somehow, it's him being a pianist that's most surprising. Yeah.
The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him. Wham! On the head. Smack! Killed him cold. A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was? The pianist for the club, it seems. Phoenix Wright, a pianist? This is the weapon that took the victim's life, a bottle of grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice.
The pianist.
The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence.
Ooh, it has a little animation to it now. Grape juice bottle used as a murder weapon bears the defendant Mr. Wright's prints. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record. Right, I've heard of that. Use E to look at the evidence so far. Use... Huh? Oh, right, E. Yeah, I see that right there. On the screen. Are you gonna E-spam now? E. 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 Did Apollo hit his head on the bar? This is a genuine question. Did Apollo hit his head on the bar? I guess we're gonna have to see. No, someone hit Apollo with the bar. Yep. That makes sense for Apollo. I kind of forgot for a second because somebody just smacked me in the head with a bar today. Things are kind of fuzzy, but yeah, the E button. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right, just use E. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. Let's look at the bottle. Let's rotate it. It doesn't even have any blood on it. Z as the back button feels super weird, but maybe that's normal. I don't know. It really hurt. I'm not even sure who it was that hit me in the head with the bar. I didn't see them. And usually I have, like, pretty good eyesight. Right, just use E. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. The controls are the same on Switch, so I don't even notice. If he hit the guy with it, wouldn't it be broken by now? I don't know. So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shoddy Smith fellow? We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. A traveler? According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear. And he had some sort of connection with the defendant? That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime. Shoddy Smith. Shoddy Smith like a melody in my head.
If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing? That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself.
Gambling is illegal in Japanifornia. In this case, oh, the joys. Yeah.
Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
Well, I appreciate you calling me based.
No, that's not what I... Oh, dang it.
Objection!
The objection sound is so... Kristoff's objection sounds so weird. Objection! It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim, yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome.
Come again?
Right now, Your Honor?
The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present.
Kristoff femboying it up in a futch way.
And impress women.
That would be our first order of business here, then, to find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. And impress women! Well, it certainly is sort of impressive. It's very nice to hear him wax poetic. I'm glad it's impressive to you too, Your Honor. It's like, wow, Mr. Gavin sure is good at charming people. He's even got the judge charmed. He's so cool. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. The competition. Oh, the font is different for the testimony thing. Oh, but there's the flags again. Ah, this is so fun. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game, and our customers are happy. A pianist who can't play piano?
Better than the defense attorney who can't defend.
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you all right? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? Wait, that's so funny. Knowing what I know about Apollo. This is like when I played Deltarune for the first time. This shit is so strange yet similar. Yeah. Did the bar shoot him? Somebody shot a bar at me today. They didn't even hit me with it melee style. They, like, launched it at me. Luckily, I dodged for the most part, but man, I was kind of disoriented by it. Oh, Apollo. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times, though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher in cross-examination? Oh, this theme is so good. Cat jammin', cat jammin'. Man, the music of this game bangs already. Should we go for no thanks? I think I'm gonna click no thanks because I've got it.
No need for help here, sir. I think I've got this one covered.
I think you'd better do more than think. You know it or you do not.
I'm fine. The cords of steel are ready for battle.
And controls are the same, right? Yeah. So Apollo dodged the bar. And yet he's a defense attorney. Interesting.
According to the established lore of this universe, I dodged the bar, so I should be a prosecutor, but I'm not. Because, well, because of my mysterious past. I didn't have to get hit by the head in the bar to be a defense attorney.
This is such good music.
My weapons, press and present.
Find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it.
Inconsistencies? Lies? Phoenix Wright? As if Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it.
The defense may begin the cross-examination. Did he dodge it because he's short? Yeah. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all.
Hold it!
Oh, I love Apollo's hold it yell.
Hold it! You can hardly play?
Oh, I play sometimes when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Was that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is just a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large.
Then why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club?
Oh, the fucking... Is that how many bars I get to make mistakes? That feels so small. Phoenix banging out chopsticks with a straight face. That's some shit Godot would say about masks. You're gonna notice a lot of similarities between Phoenix and Godot here. Just in sort of personality. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table.
Hold it!
They pay you just to play poker?
That would seem to be the case. I am a professional after all.
Ah, do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hardworking member of society like me to imagine.
Yes, your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. So you know how Phoenix was always a bitch in his head? But he didn't, like, say it out loud? Yeah, he just says it now. Unhinged, untethered.
What?
I've played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once.
What?
You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw.
Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time?
As I said, I'm a professional.
He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible?
The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions.
The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction?
It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day.
Black market?
All in the past, things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room.
A smoky room, gambling hoods, you know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad.
The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through a small window. I can practically picture it now. Wait, when did Apollo Justice come out? The game, I mean? 2007. So there wasn't, like, an IRL 7-year time skip.
That
That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. You were born when? You were born when? A little baby? A little baby child baby? A tiny, teeny, tiny baby? Literally a fetus? I gotta go lay down. That's it. That's the end of stream. Squimbo bibble. Literally. Itty bee bee bee. You're not as old as Apollo Justice IRL. You're as old as Apollo Justice Ace Attorney IRL. The game. Oh my god. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. 2 decks of cards? A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I notice. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor, each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue. As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. You guys old as hell, I'm 19. Baby. Goo goo gaga, literally. Bro has a bib on. He's eating Gerber. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yes, a game of hands. This competition you're talking about, I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime? Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right, there's something I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you. You whore, shut up. Literally, Phoenix is such a bitch in this game. Oh, I knocked over my water bottle again. God, I wonder why Phoenix is such a bitch. Wonder why, wonder why, wonder why. What a mystery. Okay, wait, hold on. Oh, my granny tried calling me. The pizza was ready fucking 30 minutes ago? Oh my god. I thought she was gonna... Did someone Dahlia him again? I'm hydrating. Okay, hold on. I need to be right back. I'm really hungry and I need to go get food. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Just let me eat a little something because I'm a little bit lightheaded, I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, Von Karma definitely would have died from the death penalty because I think they established that usually they get executed 5 years after their crime or after getting convicted, so... Oh, I almost just said something about Case 5 of Trials and Tribulations, but then I realized I can't spoil it for Beloved. Okay. It was a very good case. It was a very good case. Okay. I need to play games, but I'm too focused on, what, being sickly? Nah, Apollo. Apollo. Oh yeah! Okay. Namely, your connection to the case at hand, and I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not?
Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony.
Just one little press, and I've got myself a whole new testimony. Luke Atme escaped prison and changed his name in my heart. Romeo, I love you, man. You have bad taste. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Okay.
Hold it!
My URL used to be spammed in Lovebot, what do you expect? Silence? The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yes? Great. Like I didn't have enough to do already. Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? Huh? Wait, something he said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now what was it? When you figure it out, I'd suggest presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony. Phoenix, why you like this? You know Apollo is new. His ass just got here. He knows that Apollo dodged the bar. He's like, you should be doing better than this considering you don't literally have amnesia. A contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony? But why? I'd better check the court record. I can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony. Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press. Right, I got it. I'm fine. Time to listen to that testimony again. His name is Apollo Justice, and he is fine! Incoming ad break in 5 minutes, but I don't think anybody watching doesn't have Prime at this point, or isn't subbed to me at this point, because, like... I never touched the murder weapon. Yeah, but your prints are on it.
Objection!
I really like Apollo's objection soundbite. So, you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, this grape juice bottle? Wine isn't real. Except that Maya was trapped in a wine cellar, but shh. We can't make Phoenix canonically an alcoholic. Okay. You can't drink Maya out of the cellar, dipshit. So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, this grape juice bottle? Right? So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb.
What's this, Mr. Payne?
I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints.
Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears and our case. But what about my cords of steel? He's like, but I've been voice training so hard. Aw, baby's first objection. Yippee! Beloved! Beloved! Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove he did.
No, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints.
Huh? Everyone is so mean to him, I can't take it. Ooh, man, this is gonna be a long playthrough for you then.
But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down.
Upside down? What does that mean?
It means he was holding the bottle inverted, and there can be only one reason for that. Yes. To brain someone with the bottle.
Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. Oh, I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? Can Payne shave off that baby-ass curl on his head? Let it go, Unc. Yeah, Phoenix is just like... no. They hate to see Polly succeeding. They hate to see Polly succeeding. For real. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case.
I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Objection!
Objection. Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported?
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright, but still, that...
Really?
Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone.
Near the scene?
Let's take a look at a diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. My call came from the first floor of the restaurant. I see, and this is the phone that made the call.
Right cell phone. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose, yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative? Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I'd better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about...
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this?
That's a good question. How indeed?
The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness.
Hee hee hee. You're as good as they say you are.
Speaking of Dick, I wonder if Gumshoe is still present. No one spoil me. I think you're going to be thrilled with things that happen in this game, but not in ways that you expect yourself to be. Also, give me a second. I'm pizzaing. If they don't show him, I'm gonna assume he died from slipping on a banana peel. He would. I love you, Dick Gumshoe. You would. The cheese got, like, cold, so I'm just peeling it off and eating the fucking crust and the sauce like a freak. We both had pizza today. Yeah! Yippee! Matchies! Romance, 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 etc. Ugh, gay people are so annoying. They even have to eat the same things. Okay.
Hee, you're as good as they say you are.
So someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has just been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready?
Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. The witness will state her name and profession. Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off.
You are sure?
I swear it on my gavel. Please, come out. Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor?
Well, if you are sure it is okay. I'm gonna try to do like a Russian accent.
Now the prosecution... wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's, paraphernalia? Yes. She is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade. And that would be...
My name is Olga Orley. I am employed as waitress in Borscht Bowl Club restaurant.
Then why the camera?
Of course it is my pride to serve borscht that is naming a restaurant, but I also perform, how it is said, other service.
I take it one of these other services is taking the customer's pictures? Like for example, this one. That's the defendant? Indeed, on the night of the murder. Man in white hat is one who has gone kaput? Indeed, that is the victim. Order, order. This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. It is same way as I drop cold bores of Porsche on laps of customers, usually.
This is Winston Payne. Remember, we checked the court record. You've got fuzzy sickness brain, though, so I can't blame you or Beloved.
Then the court will casually accept this new evidence.
Olga's photo added to the court record.
Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder?
I was in room, the hideout we call it.
Excuse me, the hideout?
It is room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested. It is room where murder took place.
What?
Your look of utter surprise, it is lovely. I played like 6 games this week. Yeah. I will post my courtroom door later for you. The photos will be numbered and you will write which ones you want copy of.
So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shotty Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... Very well, witness. Witness, I am going to eat some pizza real quick.
I see, pizza. I had an infinite pizza once.
You had what, Mr. Wright?
Nothing. Is she hitting on him? Do we think that she's hitting on Apollo, or is she doing her customer service script? Or both. Could be both.
Let me eat my pizza real quick. Pizza with no cheese on it. How delicious.
I have an older cousin who's like a little more than 10 years older than me. And I have this really vivid memory of, as a kid, I just have this really vivid memory of asking him to make me a no cheese pizza. Like, just the dough and the sauce. And he did it. And I thought it was very, very good. It made my little, like, 6 or 7 year old, 6 or 7 year old heart happy. There's a bot. Hello, bot. Be gone. Okay. Yeah, I definitely needed to eat. Favorite types of pizza, guys? I'm a regular cheese kind of guy. Just ham? I like ham. You're valid, and I love you. And also I love you, and you're valid. Sorry, there's not even any music playing right now. This is so awkward. Okay. Very well, witness. Autism pizza, ham. You're valid. Very well, witness. Oh, have to fucking go to the fucking... You will testify to the court about that night's events. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on, duh. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on the locket at his neck. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, duh. That man flew at the victim and is strangling him to death. Strangling him? Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Ahem, Justice. Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection. But he hadn't lost in 7 years.
Take it from me, kid, it happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. And those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
Chips, you say?
Duh, I mean, yes, imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils.
I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. This case is easier if you know poker, but you don't have to. I don't know poker. Like, at all. Okay. Chip's photo added to the court record. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Ooh, I like that animation for cross-examination of defense versus prosecution. That's cool. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game.
Hold it!
You were dealing cards? Do you do this often? Duh, I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. It is my work. It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to Borscht Bowl Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitresses. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. It was cold. Both players played with hats on, duh.
Hold it!
It's already April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on authentic rustic Russian restaurant theme. Outside it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia. No way am I going there. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, duh. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck.
Hold it!
His locket? I believe it was a good luck charm, duh. He gripped it many times as he played that night.
Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift.
The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about? I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket?
Well, of course, I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that.
No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter what shape. It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding? The way that Kristoff's literally like, quit making fun of disabled people, Apollo, and he's like,
So, what happened next?
Then last stand is done, but something terrible has happened though.
Hold it!
Something terrible? Eek! The defense would have refrained from needless shouting.
Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing. Transgender! Apollo's like, I'm not making fun of disabled people, I just need him to admit he misheard.
Now, Miss Worley, can you tell us what happened?
Oh, I was so frightened that I trembled with fear. That man flew at the victim and is strangling him to death.
Hold it!
But the defendant would never do such a thing.
Eek! Word now, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic.
If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me. He's so bitchy.
Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker?
Perhaps it is because the defendant has lost game?
Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it always is with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall.
Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do.
Right, sir. Leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shoddy Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, Orly.
Okay. Do we have the autopsy report? Death caused by a single blow to the forehead. Yeah,
Objection!
I like how violent Apollo's objection shout is.
Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd.
The normal customers only choke on borscht?
No, I mean this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head.
Ah!
Miss Orly, really now, did you witness the crime?
Eek! Ooh, good catch. The sort of painterly style is so interesting.
Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything.
Yet it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor.
Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit.
Crime photo 2 added to the court record. But I have seen it happen. The defense, he lunged at the victim, his neck. Oh, really, Miss Orly? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice, I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more.
What do you mean? I found a contradiction.
There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me.
Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it.
There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too.
Oh, shit. Fuck. Sorry.
Both players played with hats on, I'm not using the walkthrough this time, so I'm like, I know the events that happen in the game, but as far as like the actual minutia and mechanics and the answers, I don't fucking remember how we get to the end. You know? Both players played with hats on that. Okay, then how did he get hit in the head, I guess? I remember a lot about every case I play, unfortunately, so I'm like, okay, what do I point out first? That looks like a comfortable-ass chair. Phoenix, the chair reviewer of all time, moving up in the world. I do notice that the bottle doesn't have a cap on here, it seems like. I remember who killed him, and I remember certain details, but, like, it's been a while. I'm gonna try this. Both players played with hats on. Phoenix in his chair wiggling around. He's stimming, he's stimming, he's stimming. You could save. How do I save? Back. Oh, options. Save. Okay. Okay. The victim he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck? Oh, wait. Hold on. Did he have the locket on in the crime scene photo? No. Yeah, so... Okay.
Objection!
His objection yell is so violent. I love it. You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said.
I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar.
No, but look at this photograph. Every time I do it, it makes me laugh. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no? Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Ah! Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say. Yes? I just noticed this, but you have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh? You mean this? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? Where did Romeo go? Hey, Romeo. I know of her? Okay. Okay, I didn't know if you were aware or not. I'm lurking. Okay. No problem, King.
We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter.
So, Mr. Wright has the locket too? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Mr. Wright? Fox? That's so crazy!
Well, now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game. Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear that the defendant lost badly. Miss Orley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant. Mr. Edgeworth is trans? And was comfortable with, like, having a baby? How did you reach that conclusion, Justice? Well, he has a daughter. And, bold to assume Phoenix wasn't the one pregnant. Oh my god, beloved, they're just like us. When you visited, and then I got pregnant and gave birth to our biological son, Zeke, my dog. Oh, that's why he stopped being an attorney? Because he was pregnant? You will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and defendant. The game began with 3,500 points and chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Wait. Mr. Edgeworth is trans? How did you reach that conclusion, Justice? Well, he has a daughter. And? You've seen them in court, don't give me that face. Fair point, but why Edgeworth and not Phoenix? Phoenix isn't repressed enough. Oh? Oh? Can't you trust that I know about this specific thing? Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game. As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow. Ah, how many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret what I done. Common tale, but true. Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. The game began with 3,500 points and chips for each man. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be, exactly 7,000 points. Oh god. And then Phoenix goes, 6-7. Because he's the one with a daughter. Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Of course. Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Absolutely. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips? Explain? What is there to be explained? Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips, not a chip of the old block, and not a motorcycle cop, not a... Thanks. Now that I've pressed her, I better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Yet, as I have been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. He's like, oh wow, ow. It hurts to be accused of being a capitalist. His hold it really does sound like he was practicing it. Wait, Phoenix looking lovingly at his locket. Haha, 6-7. Two types of chip, 100-point and 1,000-point chip. It is not money, though. Justice. Sir, don't you find her comment interesting? In more ways than one, sir.
I'd have it added to her testimony myself.
Well, does the defense want the witness to add it to her testimony?
Yeah.
Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this. Very well. Witness, if you would be so kind.
Your Honor. One kind of chip is worth 100 points. Other kind is worth 1,000. 2 kinds in all. Apollo is so fucking moe. Why is he so effortlessly cute? Yeah, for real. Big agree, big agree. I'm squishing him.
Hold it!
Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why. Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten. Sorry, I'm fine. I'd better think of something to ask. And quick. The 2 types of chips. The small ones are 100 and the big ones are 1,000. Right? Right, of course.
Huh. Don't waste our time.
Is that all? Yeah, gulp. Great, Mr. Gavin made me stop her and now I'm the one who looks dumb.
Oh, Justice. Please try not to embarrass me like that.
Huh? Who? Me?
There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands.
What?
It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten after all.
Calculation?
Okay. Go back 1. One kind of chip is worth 100 points, other kinds is worth 1,000, 2 kinds in all. And then, if we look at the actual chips, one is worth 1,000, and one is worth 100. So this would be 2,000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2,900, so that would mean... Or... Yeah, no. That doesn't make any sense, so...
Objection!
Also, beloved, sometimes I'm gonna act like I have no idea what I'm doing. Sometimes I genuinely have no idea what I'm doing, but sometimes I'm gonna act like I don't for the tension of it. Just so you know, I'm not always 100% genuinely confused. It's show business. Oh my god, I'm hearing my own voice live playback. Yeah, and Romeo won't know. Consider when... I'm hearing my own voice, and when I lean in like this, it's so fucking crisp.
You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure? It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won if you're not in kindergarten. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points?
Why, the big ones, of course, duh.
Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up.
The totals?
Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see, 3 plus 1, carry the 5. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up...
How much is it?
Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. But why? How could this be?
Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. They were right. They were both right. Hold on, let me enjoy this song. Aye, aye, Captain. Yeah, they were both right. It's just that the small chips were the ones that were worth 1,000. It is a very good song. While you're enjoying, I'm gonna take a drink. I did briefly consider playing this game high today. The game was originally pixelated, like the trilogy, right? Yeah. I've actually only ever watched someone play the pixelated version. Because I watched Nico B play it, and that was before the HD remake came out. So he played, a DS port of it. Or, a DS emulation of it. I played the pixelated version when I was... You were like a baby. Baby 10-year-old beloved. 10 or 11. Okay. I feel like the look of this specific remaster feels more intentional with how they decide to reboot the appearances. Meanwhile, the trilogy feels more copied from the OG. I still like both, though. Yeah, this feels more... like... different. Original, I guess. It feels... divergent from the original design, whereas the, Phoenix Wright trilogy remake feels like it, like... It does until you see certain sprites. Yeah, I think more with, like, the environments and the backgrounds and stuff. Then again, I don't know if they did... I don't remember if they did different angles in the Apollo Justice game. Source, I have played this recently. Yeah. Okay. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can be only one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. What? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness! Utter madness! Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Almost. Bruh. He did! Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. This part is probably baby easy if you're a poker player. Yeah. Condescending ass motherfucker. He's like, you know, he's condescending, but can't argue with the results, I guess. Also, why is Kristoff vaguely smug? Not vaguely, actually just smug. Kill him, death to the entire courtroom. Beloved! This is Apollo's mentor! If he's gonna be around, we gotta be nice. Our bit can't be hating him. Do you hate him because he's blonde? Yes. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing! Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Ah! Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100 points, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. Howling like a dog. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points and the defendant had 4,100 points.
Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. That's impossible! My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Yeah! Now, Miss Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you? Eek!
Talent.
Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the witness's testimony at all. Hold it! Excuse me, what is it, Miss Orley?
I did not want to be saying this, but... Oh, sorry, I didn't see your chat. Actually, you see,
See what, Miss Orley? What do we see?
in the last hand, there was cheat.
Cheat? You don't mean a trick? Wait, or do you mean a scam? They're all the same thing.
Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are.
Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating?
Well, this case certainly has taken a turn for the interesting.
Witness, you would please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand.
The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith.
Miss Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience.
That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics.
Mr. Gavin?
I just finished replaying this case in Melon DS with each screen on a separate monitor. Oh, that sounds sick.
Mr. Gavin? What's a full house?
Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker?
I can't say this bodes well for your case, or career. What is this, some kind of a secret court poker ring?
Yes, apparently. Justice. You know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes?
Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes a 3 of a kind.
Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 3 of a kind. That's a full house.
That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it?
You can see each player's hand in this photo.
Wow, they both have full houses.
We forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat.
The defense may cross-examine the witness. If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat?
The last hand, both men had full house.
Hold it!
Just how hard is it to make a full house anyway? It is quite hard, It is making a pair and 3 of a kind at the same time.
I guess that's right. Very difficult to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of courtroom number 3.
Very difficult, but it's not impossible.
Okay, full house hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time.
Hold it!
4 of each card, you say?
There is 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. It is interesting fact that this number 4 comes from number of seasons.
Huh, you don't say. And did you know that the cards are numbered 1 to 13? Add all the cards in a deck and you get 364 a year.
Huh, you don't say. Isn't that one day short?
That's why each deck has 2 jokers. They say the second joker stands for the leap year. Thus you have a perfect representation of the year, all in a deck of cards.
Huh, you don't say.
We're going to be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this.
I appreciated the fun facts. I thought they were silly and interesting. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. How was it clear? Well, the defendant, he played the 5th ace.
A 5th ace?
I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's 2.
Obviously, cheating was afoot, or perhaps I should say, a hand.
Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke.
Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony, please.
Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces and Mr. Wright's has 2. It is 5 aces in all. Okay, but, like, was it? Because there's 3 kings here.
Objection!
It appears the witness is mistaken.
Mistaken? But my name?
Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not?
Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point.
Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo.
And I literally have Apollo's hand. Oh. I'm dragging the fucking hand around with Apollo's hand. This is fun. Okay.
Miss Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces.
Yeek!
Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question.
Objection!
Take another look at the evidence.
Oh, hold on for a sec. I thought somebody was knocking on my door, but there wasn't anybody knocking on my door. Okay,
take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating all right, and it's going on right here in this courtroom.
The music is so good. I really love the paintery style of the full court shots.
2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating.
Wait, please! It is true, I have seen it. The 5th ace! There was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, as she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts.
Mr. Gavin?
Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion.
What might that be, Mr. Gavin?
If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards.
The cards?
Mr. Payne.
Yes?
The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? Why is he so vague always? He's a mysterious bitch. The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court.
Very well, the prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards?
If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? The victims?
It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would. Very well.
Well, time's a-wasting. Get to it, Justice.
Yes, sir.
When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Try using boop, 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 boop to turn it every which way, and B and M to zoom in and out.
I know exactly what you mean.
Give me evidence, rat bastard. That should give you a better perspective on the case.
Okay, let's do this.
Bada bing, bada fucking boom.
What? Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color.
That's impossible. But I put that card in Wright's hand. What was that, Miss Orley?
No, yet. I merely said, I have eek.
Your Honor?
Mr. Gavin, yes?
Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker?
To cheat?
I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer.
Yeah! Wait, so you mean... This witness, Miss Orley.
She's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager.
Yeah! Order! Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. Of her mistake. Oh, God, that was such bad phrasing. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard.
That's impossible, but I put that card in Wright's hand.
Ergo, Miss Olga Orley conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith.
Oh, I hate writers.
Not only did she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim.
What?
Wait, you don't mean the defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are you? Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orley, of murder.
Eek!
Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orley?
It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor. You must think the Time for Justice catchphrase is so smart. Listen, he's excited!
Mr. Justice? Your Honor, it seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
What?
I did it! I held out! I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection!
Who was that? I know that objection sound.
But Mr. Wright?
You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet.
What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Think, one of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright?
Unc still got it.
Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous! Mr. Payne, you of all people should know Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night.
Unc still got it for real. Crazy, As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night.
That was said before.
2 decks at the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck.
Why use different colored backs?
we used the same color, the two decks might get mixed. You used different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game.
I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards.
Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards.
Whatever. In the end, one card of the wrong color got into the mix, which means there was cheating.
Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet this card raises two serious questions. Apollo?
Yes?
Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, when was the card swapped?
When?
There are three broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder.
Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Now, of course it was swapped.
Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne, or it might not be. Well, I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? It would be after the murder because Olga said she really clearly remembered there being 5 aces. Perhaps it happened after the murder.
Wow, what's that? Ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly.
Objection!
Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible.
Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible.
Oh, even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time.
Ah,
Quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder.
okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that?
Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us.
There's another?
Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card?
Who?
The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only 2 remain in the room, alive that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orley. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? Was it Phoenix? Was it Olga? Or was it someone else? What do you think, Romeo? Phoenix, Olga, or someone else? Okay. Romeo's lurking. I'm not gonna make him answer every fucking question. It was someone else. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orley either.
Well, what are you suggesting?
That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orley at this point. Yes, I know. But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious.
Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright?
My apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun this all is.
Fun? How about confusing? I've no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant and it wasn't Miss Orley, then who was it?
Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction.
A new direction?
We'll find that, indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand, and that someone made 2 critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card.
because the one who did the swap didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right, the person replaced the 5th ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a 5th ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. True, not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a 4th person. Though, it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. What? I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright. This trial has proceeded on one central assumption, namely that at the time of the incident there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes.
Okay, so basically, what happened while you were gone is that, we found out these hands, right? There was supposedly a 5th ace. Olga Orly meant to slip a 5th ace into Phoenix's hand to make Phoenix look like a cheater. Okay? But in this picture, there are only 4 aces. And then, when you examine the victim's cards and you turn them around, one of them's blue because they use 2 different decks to prevent cheating. One of the decks has red backs of the cards, and one of the decks has blue backs of the cards. And so, the possibility of a 4th person has been brought up because because it couldn't have been swapped while they were playing because it would have immediately been obvious because of the color of the back of the card. So someone must have swapped it after the murder took place and they didn't know about the blue and red card backs. So, yeah. What does it say about Olga, the witness in this case, a Russian waitress at the Borscht Bowl Club?
Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes.
They can see the color. Yeah, it makes Phoenix and Olga really unlikely to have swapped the card. So it's like, who swapped it? Wasn't the victim. Probably. I mean, like, that would be dumb because it was after the murder. Unless his hand, like, flopped. So, potential 4th person. April 20th, 11:52 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well now, I think you would know the answer to that. Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I've no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice?
Yes, sir?
The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright?
Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there.
Ah, her baby face! Ibble baby Trucy! I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter.
Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days.
One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you?
What do you think?
Huh?
You know what happened 7 years ago. What I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. Ooh, ominous. What happened 7 years ago? I never, honest, but it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Yeah? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Huh? Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding! That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Come on, who would notice that? Words, habits, twitches, it's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? So, remember when I said it would be really interesting to see how Phoenix is perceived to other people? Like, when you can't hear his inner monologue of him being a dork? Like, remember when I was saying, like, wouldn't it be really interesting if at some point we get to see Phoenix from outside of his own perspective? Because it would be interesting to see what he looks like and acts like from the perspective of other people. Yeah, yeah. So, this is what he looks like to most people. I mean, it's probably worse than it used to be in this situation, because he's had to get... He's been playing poker for 7 years. He's reading people like a fucking book. Like, he, what was I gonna say? Yeah, he probably seemed fucking mysterious and insane in other situations, too. Because it's like, how did he just fucking figure that out? Or, like, what is he talking about? Why is he saying, like, these weird, vague things, and then explaining them, and then it's like, oh, this is what he's been doing the whole time. Oh, hold on. My monitor arms got here. I'm gonna be able to finally rotate my second monitor. When you don't hear him being like, bluff it out, Phoenix. Yeah, when you don't hear him being like, fuck, I have no idea what I'm talking about, but I just need to say words. What's he talking about? But you will, soon. Almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I knew it! I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's
It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. To be continued. Oh, the font change feels so strange. Ooh, what a fun little jingle. Fun little ditty. I like all the little beeps and bloops, too. Yes, let's continue. April 20th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, Courtroom number 2. Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orley, recovered? Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again.
That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued. You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne.
Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand.
Very well, the witness will take the stand.
Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poorer loser.
Not. Name's Olga Orley. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quickfingers Orley.
Damn okay, Kristoff. Yeah, he's a bitch.
Oh, really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like oh, really.
Oh, it's Olga O'Reilly.
There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied.
Look at her sassy little stance. I kind of love her.
Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night.
Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see?
Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications would have serious consequences. I'm sure that always holds up, Your Honor, and that people actually definitely do face perjury charges in this universe.
Fine. I really like her design.
Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy, Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game.
They only face charges if they're gay. Real and true. Real and true. Oh, she's Irish? I'm not gonna attempt an Irish accent. I feel that would be disrespectful.
I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game, as a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game.
Irish-American vibe? Yeah, true.
It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards. Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card.
I gotta shift around a little bit. My leg is falling asleep really bad. Why is Nick so serene in that cutscene graphic? He likes being touched by men. So true, so true. Okay, well that's heavy-handed foreshadowing. What, a 7-year legend destroyed by one little card?
That was the plan.
Oh really, how droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake.
A mistake?
I agree the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card?
Hey, that's right. He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers Orly, or, oh really? Oh really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad.
She's cute. She's kind of cute.
When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court.
Olga O'Reilly. O'Neill, O'Reilly, O'Haran, O'Hara. There's no one as Irish as Barack Obama.
Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung.
Best laid traps.
That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant. A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you, perfect. If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up.
Look who's talking.
Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice.
Oh my god, it's literally a meme reference? That's so funny. The 2007 Ace Attorney devs, and I mean, like, the localization translators. Oh, you're so funny, guys.
With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with the defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors?
Best laid traps.
Planted the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to.
But he didn't lose the last hand, though.
So everything went according to plan? Exactly. The fifth ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. There are worse things to be known as, I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search.
Okay, but wait, but didn't Wright win the last? Hold on. Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. But he didn't, though, right? Didn't Phoenix win? Because he had 1,400 or 4,100 points. Also, the deck is blue here. So why are their hands red? Use to save feature. The characters have colored outlines now. Oh. Was winning the game but had a lower hand. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, let me save. And Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone, the trap failed. Is music good as fuck? True. The card disappeared?
Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof, zippo. We searched every nook and cranny, even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Never in my long storied career has Quickfingers O'Reilly been so readily duped. Oh really? So what did happen to that 5 of hearts?
He eated it. I can never put it fast, Phoenix, ever again.
Don't look at me. Why didn't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the Five of Hearts is still missing in action. Next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it.
Hold it!
Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing? Which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well... Ah, she's scratching the back of her head.
He ate the chess pieces while Edgeworth wasn't looking. True.
What was that just now? I sensed something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Yeah. Miss O'Reilly, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You? Me? Quick Fingers O'Reilly? Hide something?
Safer than eating a glass bottle on a necklace. He ate the whole fucking necklace. He fucking chewed it.
The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting?
That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice?
Touching her neck, was it?
Hey, Romeo, what the fuck is going on here?
Whoa, what's going on?
It's okay, Edgeworth planned for this and keeps a supply of replacement sets so Phoenix doesn't know why the pieces keep respawning after he eats them. He chews the chess pieces too. Oh boy, new game mechanic. Yippee!
This sensation, it's coming into focus. There, that twitch, it's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. I'm gonna perceive you whether you like it or not!
Gotcha!
Gotcha! Like the games I like to play on my iPad!
Apollo locking the fuck in. Yeah.
Miss O'Reilly, perhaps you are aware of this yourself. You are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what?
Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, touch the back of your neck with your left hand.
My neck? So what?
What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort.
When she says that part of her testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it.
A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about?
This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us? Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So, what would remind her most of the moment of the crime? The bottle, probably? Miss O'Reilly, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is this. The necklace? No, I don't have the necklace in... So would it be the bottle? She's twitching? Just like twitch.tv/solar_stargaze? OMG! I guess it would have to be the bottle, right? I guess. Oh my god, I've already been streaming for 2.5 hours. That's crazy. I feel like I've barely gotten into this case.
Take that!
Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon? How'd I know? Maybe you're acting again? Showbiz? Evil, using my words against me. Your Honor, the prosecution is being meanies. But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain?
What's he talking about now?
It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit, not you.
This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness's habits, they're completely irrelevant.
Justice, I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination.
I'll explain later. Just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss O'Reilly, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime, the very moment.
Yet I am knowing nothing.
We know you're not Russian.
The witness will testify, please. Now.
Bah, fine. I kinda love her. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there.
Hold it!
You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. My eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at that table until the cops came.
Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about her testimony?
I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is flawed. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence.
What's that?
Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. Oh, I meant to present it, not...
Take that!
Okay. Miss O'Reilly, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. Ugh. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. I keep confused in the crowd shot. I keep thinking that her bandana is like a little cowboy hat. The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. These artsy-ass intro cinematics are so good. Showdown time. You dirty cheat! Check his pockets, now! It's gone! The card's gone! You lose. Ah! Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right, and he hit me. You, some master of cheating you turned out to be! Yeek! Yeah, I remember the context. It's very good, and I'm very excited for us to get to it eventually. I don't think we get to it until October, though. Your birthday! Yeah! Let me check the calendar. When is...
It's just before your birthday, like the week before. Are you gonna play Spirit of Justice and Dual Destinies before or after the canon Apollo Justice timeline? I think after, so it's gonna be a while. Sorry to say. I want to authentically experience the timeline of Ace Attorney 4 in real time, and then I'm gonna stop caring because... Ah, fuck. Yeah, sorry. Oop, ad break. Yeah, I just, yeah, that's the plan. When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? Oh, the victim was already dead, is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure.
Well, where does this leave us?
But madness, this is madness, I'm dreaming.
Hey, how come I never see the ads? Because Beloved bought you a subscription to me. Like, the very first day that I turned on monetization. I don't think you were there when they did it. Or were you? I don't remember. Lol.
Madness, this is madness, I'm dreaming. It must have been me who was hit with a bottle and I'm imagining all of this.
It appears our prosecution is at his wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events?
Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss O'Reilly a big fat liar.
What?
3 were in that room the night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive.
A motive?
Her plot foiled, the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder.
What? I'm no killer! It's a trap! Someone's trying to frame me!
What a turnabout, guys. Whoa! What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process.
Mr. Wright?
Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder.
Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess.
A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. A 4th person.
Yeah, this theory again. Your 4th person doesn't exist.
Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal.
The real criminal?
And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less.
What?
Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about?
Sorry.
Remember what I said? The 4th person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right, but how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there's one person here, in our court, who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was?
It's not me, I swear.
Who is this 4th person?
Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? Do you remember, guys? I know who the answer is. So I'm gonna let chat pick. It was Shotty Smith. Shoddy Smith murdered himself. Wah! No, I think I forgot. I played this trial twice this week. Yeah, you know. Romeo, take a guess. Who knew that the cards were blue, but shouldn't have known that the cards were blue? Or who thought that the cards in the last game were blue, even though the cards in the last game were red? Who was trying to impress women? Ah, yeah. Oh, wait. That is the dialogue. I couldn't remember what exactly he said, but he said some shit about the blue waves and shit, all waxing poetically. In today's replay, I realized how the player could use it if they didn't remember the line from the start of the trial. Wreathed in blue flame. Here we go.
Take that!
As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right? Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night.
But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards.
How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table.
But look!
You can see the colors in this photo! Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim, yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Gavin, is something the matter?
No, nothing. Excuse me, it was just so sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph. You know, even I'd never take a joke this far.
This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder.
I assure you, I'm quite sane. This vibe is so gay. It's very gay. It's so pitch rom. This is very complicated kismisitude. Black rom ass. Literally same thought. Same brain. This is very kismisitude, but they don't, like, beat each other up. They play complicated, like, 5D chess to try to fuck each other over. I'm so scared to know more about these guys' dynamic, if that's what you're describing it as. I assure you I'm quite sane.
But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim?
I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either.
Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met.
Well, what if they have?
Huh?
There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night before the game started.
What are you suggesting?
Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request that no such thing happens. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related?
I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin.
As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss O'Reilly...
Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you.
Oh, okay. Gulp.
Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony?
Yeah.
This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. And I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court.
And to Justice, you would betray me, your teacher.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth.
Alex, I'm starting to get your dislike of Kristoff.
What?
No, he still seems like a stand-up, trustworthy guy to me.
Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please.
You're a bad liar, love. When I want to be. I can be good at lying sometimes, or I could be bad at lying. I could be lying about being good at lying. The stumbling while I was saying that didn't help, did it? Listen! Appetite before murder. I've known you for years. Listen! Just because I can't lie to you... Just because I can't lie to you doesn't mean I can't lie to other people. You're just good at knowing when I'm lying because you know me really well. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shotty Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin.
Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder?
I dine with him rather frequently.
And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder?
Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Evil dates. Literally evil dates. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong.
Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness.
The vibe here is very gay. It's so charged. Justice?
Sir?
He's lying, and you're going to expose him.
Understood, sir.
Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright, this can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? Why can't we have a normal field trip? With Phoenix Wright? No way! Cruising on down Main Street. Straight into the courtroom hall. This is why Apollo is like that. Kid of divorced parents. Yeah, pretty much. Oh god, my dads are fighting. The dad who was never there, but versus the dad who was there for me. First trial and his parents are fucking divorcing and he's the attorney. Appetite before murder. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph.
Hold it!
You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot, as usual. Okay, hold on, I gotta change the way I'm sitting because my leg is really starting to hurt. Okay. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot, as usual. Usual? I always eat at the table closest to the piano.
I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting. So, the plates and such on the table were from your dinner?
Indeed, the remnants of my meal with Kristoff. We dined for 2 hours, then Kristoff left. After that, Shotty Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left.
Hold it!
5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure.
Oh, Mr. Wright, what was it you said? Kristoff, Gavin, and Shotty Smith may have met?
I believe I did say that.
Here I was, all nervous about this meeting. And now we hear they just passed in the hall? That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder.
Oh, it would be, if that were all that really happened.
Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time?
When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress.
Hold it!
About this failed trap. This is the same trap that had Miss Olga O'Reilly mentioned? The plan was simple, elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut.
You swapped the cards.
Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it.
A quirk?
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted! Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle.
An empty bottle of grape juice?
The murder weapon? Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see.
A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama.
A card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look.
Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves this battle of wits.
Let's take a little look-see. Let's take a little looky-loo. More clues here. Okay, well, what about if we take the cap off? Hey! Okay, well, I don't think that we're getting anything out of this, so...
Please revise your testimony with this new information.
I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew it was coming.
Ho, so you struck first. I like that.
I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least, when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left a call to the police. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at that time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night, after all. So, there in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. And when you returned, the victim was already... dead, yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in.
A little?
He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. And I figured Kristoff's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Not his first corpse. So far from his first corpse. so deeply far from his first corpse. Or first time being on trial for murder. Yeah! I mean, his first time being on trial for murder was from his first corpse. So, that's fun. And I figured Kristoff's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Ah, glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved, after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. This is, like, so gay. This is so charged. Like, it's kind of ridiculously so. I feel like this is what the intro to, like, black rom porn in Homestuck sounds like. This is a different vibe from the usual gay vibe Phoenix had with Edgeworth. Oh, very different. With Edgeworth, it was like, we can work together. We can get through this together if you just trust me. Can someone clip that? Can someone clip me saying that this is what porn on Alternia sounds like? It's very different, though. It's much more tense. The tension between Phoenix and Edgeworth is, like, from emotional repression. This is from some kind of underlying danger. Like, this is thinly veiled threats, not thinly veiled yearning. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him now. Yes, sir. I have to think. What's Mr. Wright trying to tell me with this testimony? The truth has to be in there somewhere. Either way, someone's getting freaky in the courtroom closet later. Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. I said, oh, 5 minutes after Kristoff left. Disposed of the card in the bottle. Girl's not that cold. The Smith was uncontrollable. I have to call the police. I returned to his dead, blood streaming from the cut on his forehead. But his cut was covered. I'm gonna save. Okay. Present. And... hold on, let me just get my mic fucking situated. There we go. There we go. Frame photo 1. Okay. I'm gonna present this because...
Objection!
Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. Justice, next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? Literally nothing he does is right to Kristoff. Like, literally every single thing he's done, Kristoff has been like, but you could have done a little better. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. You? You put the hat on the dead man's head? He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. And? Picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head.
Well, why did you do such a thing like that?
All I can say is, I'm sorry. That's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss O really didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head? I'd think not. She was out cold.
I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Ahem, pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Yo! Push him harder, Justice. Break him. Hello? And can anybody hear me? Is this thing on? I hate gay people. I hate gay people. This is kind of fucking ridiculous how gay this is. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. In the first fucking trial. Come on, man. Ugh, why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in his photograph. Shai Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. I discovered the tractor in the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. This is why Apollo is more of a dick than Phoenix. Because he got mentored by Christoph? Okay. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. Minutes after Christoph left. And then Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Look at this graph! Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my attorney's badge? The fucking excessive grape juice bottles. Oh god, I realize why the music feels familiar to me now. It reminds me of this one Nickelodeon Block Party Online game music. Okay, oh, you can press the escape key instead of the Z key. That's nice. Okay. Sat at the table in this photograph. Shoddy Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. I discovered the tractor in the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Do I present the bottle? Because I don't fucking see the card in it. This is so frustrating because I literally know what happens in this case. I just don't remember how we get there. Inspect everything. Inspect phone. He said, wow, the battery's being held in with a piece of tape. He should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it. Or he just doesn't care. This is so funny. Phoenix is never affording health insurance. Inspect I'm inspecting everything. I'm inspecting everything. This is my attorney's badge. Dumb phone in the year 2026, by the way. Look at the bottle again, please. Bottle is completely empty. So do I present that on the thing because it's empty?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, if I may? Yes? I've examined the bottle, and I don't see any card in here. No? What, Mr. Wright? Surely, isn't all you have to say for yourself.
Can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however.
Huh?
Perhaps a fifth person came and took it out. Oh, and a sixth person could have helped.
Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client.
My apologies, Your Honor. He's such a bitch!
I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle, there was nothing.
So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Christoph. I never knew. He lost his attorney's badge. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright? Mr. Gavin? Wait, I just realized his beanie says Papa on it. Yeah! And it's got a cute little button on it. Mr. Wright? Mr. Gavin? Stop fighting! Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well.
A reason?
That reason is right here.
Your cell phone? Your really old cell phone?
That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Smiley friend's homunculus voice. Stop fighting! I saw an Instagram reel yesterday of a guy putting that into the Kendrick song in place of mustard. But instead it was the stop fighting! And it was already in the right key. Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well. Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please, the cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Bone china plate? A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny. And not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead.
The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead.
Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So, after Mr. Gavin ate with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club? Most certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate?
Whoa, that's right.
Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. This music is so good, because he had his hat on. Yeah, so how could he know that Shoddy Smith was balding? Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. When I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it, Phoenix Wright?
Order. I will have order. Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor?
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony?
Yeah, well, as the prosecutor,
Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. After which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that?
Crystal clear, Your Honor.
Very well. This will be the final recess for the day.
This case haunts my brain space. Yerp. April 20th, 2:32 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3.
Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who'd have thought today would turn out like this?
Excuse me, sirs. Isn't this crazy? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. By the way, I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. I'm Ponald. I'm Gonald. How are you guys doing? Well, we kind of went back to, Ponald and Gonald, let's go in the swings together. So, what do you guys like to play on when we go for recess? Oh, we just kind of sit there at this point. Yeah, we just kind of sit there. Oh, why? Well, Mr. Wright hasn't been in court in 7 years, so, Mr. Wright hasn't been in court in 7 years, and all of the trials have been really boring. So we started dissociating again. Yeah, we started dissociating again. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I mean, this is terrible for me interpersonally. I mean, like, I'm having to be put in the position of potentially proving that my mentor, who's taught me everything I know, and who I trust, like, implicitly with my life, might be a murderer, and I have no idea why. Oh, that sounds pretty rough. Yeah, that sounds pretty rough. Life hasn't been the same since Donald went missing. Donald's been missing for 7 years. Polly, you will never trust anyone ever again. XOXO. Gossip Girl!
May I? Huh? What? Hello, sir. Please pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely and the game is yours. That's all. An ace. Where do I remember that card from? She's just a baby. She's just a little baby.
Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces and Mr. Wright's has 2. It is 5 in all. It is true. I have seen it in the 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you.
The missing 5th ace. Wait, the splotch of red. Is this blood? You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw. The truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it! This blood-stained card is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl, I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection.
I like that locket opening click. That's a really good Foley effect. Bloody ace, received from a mysterious girl. Could this be the missing 5th ace? I went with my partner to go get dinner and I left stream up while we were gone for my son Momo. He loves the sound of Ace Attorney, I guess. Oh, Momo! Momo! I love you, Momo! Momo, my godson, hello! Momo, I love you! Momo is Nova's cat, for anybody who's wondering.
His name is Motor Oil.
Funny if he was an all-white cat named Motor Oil, actually. April 20th, 2:45 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 2.
Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Will the witness state his name and occupation?
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor?
Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom.
Don't we fucking know it? Okay. Only having seen the first game, when I first watched a playthrough of this, I was like, I mean, like, some of the stuff that's going on in the, like, cross-examining the parrot was really wacky. And then it got weirder. It got pretty fucking weird last time. It got pretty kooky crazy. I can't say any more because of Beloved, but shit can get weirder. I just washed my hands, that's why they're wet. I love the fact that the judge looks more 3D here to make the game feel more like the other designs the next game. Yeah! I mean, yeah. I'm sure it makes the transition less jarring. Oops, almost spoiled for Alex on that last game. Oh, like you almost typed something? Yeah, I'm glad you didn't because I am excited to see their reaction. Very excited. Yeah. I turned my mic down a little bit because I'm noticing that I'm, like, nearly peaking it when I'm just, like, normally talking, and that's not even to mention when I get loud, so I turned it down slightly. Let me know if it's bad.
Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this room.
Fine, I'll play along.
First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat?
Defense attorney being up for testimony is the most normal thing compared to the shit that happened. Yeah, yup,
By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald.
Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
Oh, the OG theme! OG Pursuit theme! He's on our side! Literally normal behavior if the attorney has credible testimony. I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Oh, this game did a trick on us? Yay! I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin.
But, Mr. Wright!
What do you think you're doing, right? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off, except for that one time.
That one time being the instant he was hit. Whoa! When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime.
Somewhere Mia is smiling. In other words, I must be the real killer, is what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo.
Mr. Gavin?
I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court.
What?
Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well, allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night.
Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night?
Jesus. Okay. 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 The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. He should have been at the club. I went down to the basement and peeked through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright.
So, you witnessed the murder.
For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed.
Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client.
What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand, after all. So you are Mr. Gavin? And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that, because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo?
Oh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club.
Hold it!
That man, you mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. Aura. I want to kiss Apollo on the head like an old grandma. Real. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that.
So, you knew the true nature of your client's job?
Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Because apparently gambling is illegal in Japanifornia. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score.
I see. What happened then?
I finished my last day of law school classes today, same as Apollo's first case. Hey, congrats! I have family who's also finishing up law school this year. Gambling's illegal in Japan. Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. I didn't get how to describe this correctly, but this game is so game. Like, the art style and the graphics are so much more stylized. Yeah! Congrats on finishing your law school classes, by the way. That's amazing. You're literally gonna be... You're literally gonna be just like Phoenix Wright for real. I mean, depending on, you know, which direction you go. You could be just like Edward for real. Or Clavier. If you're gonna be just like Clavier, you have to submit a video of you rocking out on the guitar. It's mandatory.
I see. What happened then?
I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window. Another gift sub? Thank you, beloved. Oh my god. Thank you, beloved, for gifting it, and thank you, Simon, for being here so that my beloved felt generous. I will have new emojis soon, okay? I'm gonna have new channel exclusive emojis soon. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout.
Hold it!
The little window. You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The Black Marketeers used it, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes, what if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far, everything he's saying makes sense. It must have been right after the murder took place.
Hold it!
I'm doing patent law, so I'm not really going to touch criminal cases. Fair enough, fair enough. How do you know it was right after the murder? Really, no need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part in my testimony. Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd changed too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? Didn't know I could get a gift sub before following. Oh, thank you for following! Thank you so much! The victim was dead as he appears in the photo.
Hold it!
By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat.
Can you describe the scene of the crime for us?
Bald head and unconscious girl on the right holding a bottle in his hand.
Hold it!
Those were the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw it, at least.
Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police?
2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. Why are they being gay in a vindictive way? Can you two chill? Literally.
Objection!
There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah, yes, this mysterious 4th person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap the cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary. How could I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. 5th ace, right.
Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point to a reason?
Even though classes are done, I have a 2.5-hour test to finish before midnight, so I have to go for now. Well, thank you for coming out to stream. Congratulations. I'm glad you were here for a bit of the Apollo Justice Day. If I said Kristoff reminded me of Gant, but with a different tone and manner, would you get it? Yes, I would. I would indeed. I would understand it perfectly. Do I show the evidence, gang? Congrats, you'll ace the test. Okay. Both seem polite, but about to fucking kill me when I least expect it. Hehe. I like that I didn't know that about Gant, but I clocked it instantly. It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out. Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace? Does it have blood on it? It got blood on it! It got blood on it! And it dripped off the back of his bald head right onto the card!
Take that!
My reason is, this.
Is that an ace?
Why, it's got blood on it. Right next to the spade. What? Oh, look at his twitch. Look at his mouth twitch.
This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why?
Could this be? Could this be the missing fifth ace? Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock and trade, after all. First off, why are you smiling, bro? That's disrespectful.
Objection!
No. Impossible. Unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason?
The reason for?
For the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Wait. Is the back of the card red? Yeah, it is! Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo and the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood.
Objection!
Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right, regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? I can't make out Christoph's accent. I'm trying to make him British, but I keep losing it. Or do you mean in the voice clip? Like the objection clip. In the voice clip? Yeah, I'm choosing to believe that he's British, though. You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now, I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see.
Objection!
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless! I find it to be rather based.
Objection!
He's pointing! Oh, I assure you it's quite based! Oh, I'm gonna take a screenshot. Hardest line of the game, for real! It's quite based! Okay, I took my screenshot. Oh, I assure you it's quite based. What? It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head. Oh, we're doing 3D graphics! Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh, we're getting upgrades, people! It is British in the voice clip. Source, I live on the European peninsula. Yeah. My beloved, who is Scottish. That wasn't an attempt at an accent, that was just a silly voice.
Every time I attempt to do a Scottish accent, like, on purpose, it sucks. But then, like, whenever I talk to Beloved, or especially, like, any of the Scottish friends or family members as well, like, on the phone, it's, like... Christoph doesn't sound like a stereotypical British name, TBH, like Miles Edgeworth is. That's because Christoph originally wasn't British. That bitch forced himself to have a British accent, and I know it in my heart and my soul, because he thought it would make him more respectable. Also, I'm sweating my absolute balls off. Is this gonna make a noise? Hold on. It's not making a noise, thank God. Can you hear that when I talk, or no? Actually, IDK, if the Gavins are German, like canon, it's a whole thing. They are to me. I don't care about canon. Canon isn't real. All I have is what I know to be true in my heart. I don't hear the background noise. Okay, fantastic. The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And, before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there's one decisive problem with this scene.
Well, what is it?
Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? I mean, the victims. The victims? The killers? The witnesses? The second witnesses? Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? The victim. Right? Because the blood would have had to drip backwards. Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem?
I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice.
Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him.
Ah!
Take a look at the photo again. If you bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards.
Why, that's right. So what does this mean?
Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. Oh. Wait. How am I supposed to recreate the crime scene? How? It's not like... Okay, hold on. Okay, recreate the crime scene. But it's not. Game, what am I... Oh, okay. So he was propped back.
The chair was facing the other way?
It would have to be. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table.
When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing?
When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know now the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction.
Again?
Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? The killer. Whose location creates a contradiction if the victim was facing away? The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed.
Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where this indicator currently is?
I would think it'd be quite hard, yes.
Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game?
I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light.
What?
There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram.
But
There's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's think through it and see what we find. We know the victim was facing towards the wall at the time of the crime. It's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front?
wait here. Wait in this area.
The killer had to be standing, well, here.
You get points for flair, but that's about all you'll get.
Ugh, I thought I was onto something there too.
I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above?
It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know! At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there.
What's this now?
I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately.
Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately.
Okay.
Have them try to move the cupboard.
Okay. They changed up the whole scene. Your Honor?
What?
There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff.
Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright.
I do my best. But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my! What's this?
What is it now?
Oh, Phoenix, you bitch. Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang! Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion.
Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradiction indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? Which indicator in this diagram indicates contradicts what we know about the crime?
Take that!
About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Ah! That's right, someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What did you say? Oh, is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court. Exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor.
Order! This is a court of law and I will have order.
We just now received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor.
Oh, and what did they find?
Well, Your Honor, it turns out there's a secret passage behind it.
What?
There was a fucking secret passage!
Ah, yes. I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that now that he mentions it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin? Come on, say something. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Ah! Eeeh! What? Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Miss Olga really was out cold. Struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shoddy Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and after the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly, truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne!
Yeah? Yes, Your Honor?
The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion.
What?
Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection!
Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick.
Excuse me?
The defendant is cleared of all suspicion? This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney.
Illegal evidence?
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin, is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course, this bottle, for instance. the bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking.
How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on this murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints, am I right, Mr. Payne?
Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were, upside down.
I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court in this case demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down, and that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? See how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo?
Yes?
Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation, just like that.
Yeah.
Just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to gulp? Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight.
How about you just say the answer in plain words?
Let me fucking look at the court record. I mean, that's the murder weapon, right? So, not that. I mean, the bottles were sitting below him, so he could have upside down to grab one. Yes?
Which would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions indeed. Well, Mr. Justice?
Mr. Gavin said that the court in this case demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done.
Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court? What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down?
I'm going with my gut. It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair.
Excuse me, on the floor?
Yes, now reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. See? You naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times.
Wow, I can't believe it was that simple.
Recall our dinner that evening, Kristoff. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed, but then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano, and you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. The music is so good.
Order, order, order. What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin?
Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection.
What?
You claim that I switched the bottle. Where is your proof?
Proof? Well, that's,
As I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. This also explains the lack of card. Yeah!
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor? When you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation?
Ah, yes. I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Pool Club. And here's one of the bottles in question.
What are you going to do? Dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his.
Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why?
Just humor me.
Mr. Wright.
That bottle will solve this case once and for all.
What? That's some bottle.
The card! The card! The card!
There's something inside the bottle.
Oh, I'm supposed to... No, okay, it did it automatically. Okay. 5 of hearts. 5 of hearts. Come on, come on.
What's this? That card. It can't be.
Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga O'Reilly? Yes, our little swindling Devochka.
That night, I played the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony?
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. The 5 of hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped, and the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Look at him. Oh my god. Bro, mad as hell. For real. That is all. Is your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright?
Revenge?
Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. As he looks at Apollo. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right?
This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? I believe this time we've finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin? He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now. I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he? None that we know of. Mr. Wright, have you anything to add?
I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter.
About this victim, Mr. Shoddy Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler.
This reminds me of the first case of Trials and Tribulations with that culprit. Welcome to Blurple Land for me. Ah, Nova is Blurple now! Romeo, which person do you mean? Beloved's played Trials and Tribulations, at least almost all the way through. They haven't played the 5th case yet, but... Well, I think they're still on, I think they're still on case 2 of Trials and Tribulations. Oh, Dahlia's evil ass. Yeah. Ads in 5 minutes.
An odd profession, to be sure, and that's all we know about him. I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Yeah, Dahlia. Christoph reminds me of Dahlia with his breakdown. the way that there was, like, an unbreakdown. It feels like it's not over in the story. Interesting that you would say that. Anyway.
I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor. Good, Mr. Wright.
Yes?
7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch.
Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance to me. I've played these mind games before. Real. Bring my wife in, please. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. What is this weird gay thing you have going on? What is happening? Javier, in my mind, is a trans woman. You're valid.
He was extremely talented, to be sure.
I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right.
Mr. Wright.
Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it.
Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Felix Wright.
When is it not a dark time for the justice system? It's... Good point. However, shit's, like, whack in this game. Apparently before this age of the law.
This court finds the defendant, Mr. Felix Wright.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. Not guilty. And Gumshoe throws the confetti! Which is pixels. I mean, it was always pixels, but it looks a little less dynamic this time.
Court is adjourned.
Hi, Ponold. Hi, Gonald. Hi. Hi. Well, my mentor just turns out he's a murderer. I trusted him with my life. Like, I trusted him wholly and completely. Wow. This is literally like... Spoiler cuts the confetti different. So true, so true, so true, true, so true, true. Okay, that made me feel better. Happened to my buddy Edgeworth. True. This is literally like... It's like if Mia... It's like if they let us get attached to Mia, and then it's like, oh, Mia's a murderer, actually. I mean, they didn't give us a lot of time to get attached to Kristoff, but, like, you know. April 20th, 4:28 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would.
I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr.
The killer.
Ah!
I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes, a sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true?
Of course it's true.
What's this weird vibe I'm getting? What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer, right. Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come.
Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you?
This locket is the key.
Huh?
Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture's in your locket. Jersey! Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket.
Huh?
I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. He makes me so upset with his cryptic words. He's so fucking cryptic. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him.
Wait, but that's perjury! You testified, you said that locket was yours!
I said no such thing, actually.
Huh?
I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth.
Wait, but then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it?
Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo? Yes? How about coming to work for me?
You mean at the Right & Co. law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it.
I can't imagine that to be true, but...
Wait, but didn't you... You're not a...
Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man. Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Fuck this guy, get him back in that jail cell for being mean, he's weird. Nova, you act like Nick is your ex-husband. I'm the #1 Apollo Justice fan. I am him, he is me, we are one and the same. Yeah, there was a single piece of forged evidence, Romeo. Can you guess what it was?
Forged evidence? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick.
One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect.
I'll bet this was the forged evidence. What do you think, Romeo? The card, huh?
Take that!
You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright? Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place. Lucky for us.
The court can't accept this evidence as a fraud.
A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene, the real killer. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago.
Then, you really...
Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real.
But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney!
Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo?
So it's true. The rumor is true! 7 years ago!
None of that matters much now, does it? He just punched Apollo in the face. Or, he just punched Phoenix in the face. He just canonically punched Phoenix in the face.
I punched him.
It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like.
Mr. Wright?
Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that," next time. I find it packs a little more punch. The way that he can't, the way that he's fucking, the way that he's even smug about Apollo's punch and tells Apollo he has shit to work on with his punch. Welcome back, Christoph Gavin. There's a reason Apollo is more of a dick than Phoenix. The reason is Phoenix. Yeah. Apollo Justice. Nice. Yeah. Romeo, remember when I was like, yeah, it'd be crazy if something happened that made Phoenix, like, act like a huge prick and be really manipulative. Remember that? I remember that. Hey, remember when he thought the love of his life killed himself because of forged evidence? Remember when Phoenix thought for an entire year that Edgeworth killed himself because someone tricked him into using forged evidence? Remember when that happened? Remember? And then Phoenix does this. And you don't even get to find out why it was so necessary for him to do this. Disillusionment speedrun. Your mentor is a murderer, and your idol, the legend, is a fraud who manipulated you and used you for his own ends. You are Apollo Justice. The story is never about you, and it never will be. It will always be about Phoenix Wright. Yeah, okay, I get why Apollo is like this now. Yep. Remember when I said Apollo is the best character in the whole franchise? He gets even better than punching Phoenix right in the face. It is your first trial ever of all time. It's your first trial ever of all time. You're nervous because not only is it your first trial ever of all time, but you are defending your absolute idol who is being accused of murder. A man that you look up to so deeply. And he's being strange and cryptic, but you always heard he was kind of odd. I mean, all of the stories about all of his court cases, like, they were all weird. They were so weird. But it was amazing how he always figured it out, and he always got the right answer in the end. And then, 7 years ago, he had to give up his attorney badge because it's rumored he forged evidence. And you think, surely not. Surely that's just a rumor. The great Phoenix Wright would never. You've looked up to him since you were a child. You would never think that Phoenix Wright would do something like that. I mean, it's Phoenix Wright. He's a good person. He must be. And then the possibility of a fourth person, a literal child, by the way. Yeah. Like, actually, canonically, yeah. And, like, when the possibility of a fourth person comes up, your mentor acts kind of weird and dismissive, and it's odd because, like, that's a valid, legitimate possibility. And then Phoenix Wright is accusing your teacher, your mentor, a man you have spent countless hours with. Yeah, he accuses him of your mentor of murder, a man you work for, a man you trust, who trusts you. Or at least you think your mentor trusts you. And then it turns out Phoenix knew the whole time exactly how the trial would go. He knew everything you would say. He knew everything Kristoff would say. He even knew exactly what to tell the police to look for in the Borscht Bowl Club. He just needed you as a kind of pawn. You were just a piece on the chessboard. I mean, sure, he said that he thought you wouldn't stand up for injustice, but he had it all planned out. Did you even do anything of substance? Did you even do anything significant? I kept noticing Kristoff would acknowledge Phoenix for Apollo's accomplishments, and he kept saying he was the attorney. They didn't acknowledge him. Yup. You were a puppet. All you did was change hands. Yup. You were a puppet for Kristoff because you come to realize your mentor, Kristoff Gavin, was setting you up for a trial he knew you could only fail in his eyes. Because he was the killer. And he, in his mind, made sure that there was no way it could ever be found out that it was him. So he lets you go, he lets you try, because he knows you're going to fail. This is genuinely heartbreaking. You could fail or you could accuse an innocent. Yeah. The two options were you fail to defend Phoenix right, or you successfully get an innocent woman declared guilty of murder. You could fail, or you could be even more like Kristoff. You've been used. That's it. And then it turns out Phoenix fucking Wright set you up to use forged evidence. So not only was that rumor about your idol true, your first trial ever is now tainted. If anyone else ever finds out that that evidence was forged, you could lose your badge. You could have to give up your purpose in life. The one thing you know how to do, the one thing that you are meant to do. Your name is justice. And the one thing that you want to do in life is find justice for people. And defend people. And Phoenix fucking Wright has tainted it. And he did it to you knowingly. And there is no plausible deniability here because he knows intimately how bad it hurts to be tricked into using forged evidence, because Edgeworth seemingly killed himself over it. The love of his fucking life seemed to have killed himself for a year. He was led to believe that the love of his life was dead for a year because of forged evidence. And he set you up to use it knowingly. Not particularly caring what would happen to you or how it would affect you. And the thing is, you find out things that make it make sense as the game goes on. But yeah, Apollo was entirely disposable here. Deliberately disposable. They didn't believe in Apollo. Neither of them did. That's why Phoenix basically ran this trial, and he kept asking Apollo, like, oh, do you know the answer, Apollo? Like it was a fucking Blue's Clues episode. Of course you punch him in the face. There is a reason that Phoenix did this. Yeah, there's a justification. But yeah, he spoke to Apollo like he was a fucking child. I'm sorry that your chest feels so tight, man. This game is like... Mia would not be proud, she'd cry. Mia would punch Phoenix in the face. Mia would look Phoenix in the eyes and be like, I am so disappointed in you. I can't believe. No spoilers, but like, especially after case 3-5, for this to be where we next see Phoenix, it's like, what the fuck happened to you? What made you like this? What pushed you into being like this? This manipulative prick. This uncaring puppeteer of a man. Yeah, those are my exact thoughts. Yeah, and you end up finding out, but by God. By God. In the time when you have to wait, which will be until June, by the way. It's just a question. Lingering question, unanswered. Oh, God damn it, I forgot. Yeah, you forgot we weren't going to keep going, huh? Oops. That's why Apollo is angry. That's why he dislikes Phoenix. Yep. That's why Apollo seems like such a dick. Because nothing can redeem this. Fuck you, Solar! I got you invested. I got you invested in these games. I got you invested in these characters. And now I'm hanging you up to dry. Because that's what Apollo Justice had to go through. Damn, staring at the wall. Fucking Shinji posing. Everybody in the club Shinji posing. Even if Phoenix ever returns, Apollo will have the trump card to take him down, that he did this to him. Yeah. Like, it's just, ugh. Gosh, I wonder why Apollo Justice has trust issues. I wonder why he has a difficult time ever trusting literally anyone ever again. It's not like the one man he trusted more than anything turned out to be a fucking murderer or anything. And it's not like the man he looked up to since he was a child used him as a pawn or anything. Even if Phoenix gets it back, Apollo will have something on him because Phoenix chose to become what he hates. Yeah. And Apollo just kind of has to, like, vibe with, like... Apollo just has to kind of live like this now. And it's not like he can, like, really talk to anyone about it. Because, like, that runs the potential risk of them telling someone else. And that getting his badge taken away because he used forged evidence. He didn't mean to. He never intended to. He didn't know it was forged, but he did. Because he trusted Phoenix Wright. He didn't want to use forged evidence. He would have never, ever done that on his own. Phoenix did it to him, and he could get Phoenix disbarred if he ever becomes a lawyer again. Yeah, he could. But also, it's like... like, he could do that. But then also, it's like... you are Apollo Justice, and you know that Phoenix Wright is good at his fucking job. You know that he's a legend for a reason. And so you have to sit there contemplating, like, yeah, what if Kristoff gets out? Because you revealed it. What if you lose your badge because you revealed it? And yeah, you know Kristoff is a murderer now. You know Kristoff is a murderer. And so the decision is put on you of whether or not to come out with this truth. Phoenix Wright puts this decision on you. He leaves you with this ethical dilemma, this impossible choice, and you have been turned into a pawn and you have no choice or room to argue. Yep. That's the first thing that ever happens to Apollo Justice in this series. Our first introduction to Apollo Justice. You have been Dahlia'd by Phoenix. You have been double Dahlia'd. The main character has been pushed aside as a pawn. Yup. It'd be crazy if that kept happening. It'd be crazy if the other games in the Apollo Justice trilogy are, like, not about Apollo. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. Remember when I said Apollo was the best character in the franchise? Yeah, the problem is that the franchise doesn't know that. But this is the best game in the franchise. It's the best written. It's the most, like, emotionally complex. It brings up the most interesting, like, possibilities for the universe that it exists in. It is genuinely, like, I think gonna be one of the best games I ever play on this channel. Phoenix suffers more than Jesus, but Apollo suffers more than Phoenix. Yup. So-called Apollo Justice trilogy. I have been biting back those exact words. Being an Apollo fan is excruciating. You know your mans is the best. You know your mans. I have so much to fucking say. I know, Beloved. I know. Me and Beloved have had extensive conversations about Apollo Justice. It hurts so bad. Yeah, and then the game just keeps on hitting. Oh yeah, by the way, not only does Phoenix Wright do all of this to you, when you punch him in the face, he smirks at you and says, try yelling "take that" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. Which is, maybe he's meaning it as genuine advice. It is so belittling. It is so demeaning. Yeah, I know the plots of 2 and 3, and they know the plots of 5 and 6, so I get to be ominous about Phoenix, and they get to be ominous about Apollo. I'd punch him again if it were me. Yep. I'd punch him in the fucking dick. Assuming he has one. I don't know. We have hinted at Phoenix being trans in this playthrough. Edgeworth is canonically trans in this playthrough. Phoenix? I don't know. It's a little mystery. And I'm clueless, la la la. Hey, you know about 2 and 3 as well. You went through the whole trilogy with me. You are my brother in it. Hi, Hepcat. Schrodinger's trans. Phoenix does have the dysphoria hoodie. This is so true. This is so true. Romeo hit his head on the bar. Oh no, congratulations on being a lawyer. Sorry about the amnesia. Damn, I should have asked Simon if he, if he hit his head on the bar or if he dodged it. But he did say that he wasn't really going to touch criminal cases, so. I've been here. Shh, I like the discussion. I figured that you were lurking. I appreciate your presence. I appreciate all the clips as well, by the way. I really, really appreciated that. It made me, like, super happy to look at the VOD and be like, oh my god, a whole bunch of clips. That's so sick. Yeah, Ace Attorney Apollo Justice is the best written game in the series. I guess I can't say that for sure because I haven't played Investigations or Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. You're welcome, I try to make them. Yeah, I really appreciate it. But, like, this game is just something else. It's beyond. Yeah, I should probably finish it. Try yelling "take that" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. It's the most demeaning shit in the world! The fans weren't ready. Yeah, that's why they ended up fucking shoving Phoenix back in, because fans were like, oh, I don't like playing a different character than Phoenix. Fuck off! You just didn't appreciate Apollo! Phoenix, right? I'm gonna fucking kill you. And now you have had a smidgen of the Apollo Justice experience. I had a good time. I had a good time, he says. Meanwhile, Apollo is fucking falling apart. Like, it's kind of cruel at this point. I had fun. Okay, well, you just ruined his entire life. Yup. I had fun today. Okay, well, I didn't. What about me? What about Apollo? But it's never about Apollo Justice. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. Like, is this how witnesses felt? That's the question, isn't it? Is this how Phoenix normally comes across to other people? Fucking mysterious and dickish. Is that why everybody's being such a dick to Phoenix all the time? Because he seems like such an asshole when you can't hear his internal monologue of cringing and failing? With that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. End. Completed Turnabout Trump. I like the bleepy boopies. Javier looks pretty as hell there, though. Oh, we got a little flash of Phoenix getting hit by the car. I do like how the UI is different. I get it now because this is Apollo's game. Yup. It's good, actually. Like, I'm a little unsettled by differences happening ever, but I like that it's different, actually, as a stylistic choice. And the music fucks. And the music fucks! Let's set the music in background. Well, that was our first bit of Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. Let's look at the timeline. Romeo, you're not allowed to look at the timeline. Let's look at the timeline and see when our next thing is gonna be. I have gotten spoiled by a couple of things with the timeline. Can I be honest, though, with something regarding spoilers? Sure. God, the music fucks so severely. Okay, our next thing is gonna be June 15th. I've not seen anything about Apollo Justice, but I know in one of the other games in the trilogy there's a big, huge twist about a certain character, and it's all because Nico B mentioned it in his Council of Voices web series. Ah. Okay, well, I'm glad you haven't gotten this spoiled for you. But... No, DM them. DM them. You guys have each other on Discord. Don't say it in the chat, I'll see it. I want to go in blind to Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. Oh my god, I just realized, actually. Fucking... I'm gonna be gone one of the days in July. I have a convention. Dude. I have a convention on... I apologize, I've spoiled big chunks of Spirit of Justice. It's okay. It's okay. I'm going in semi-blind. I'm going in visually impaired. Yeah, on July 10th, I will be gone. So we might play that case early, actually. No, we do con stream. Are you planning to cosplay? On stream, no. I might edit my PNG tuber to have, like, a special Ace Attorney, like, outfit. We need to cosplay, Jesse! Me and Beloved are going to cosplay IRL. me and Beloved are going to cosplay IRL, but I'm not gonna cosplay on stream because I'm not gonna show my face. But, yeah, I might draw my PNG tuber. Also, I don't know the characters, but I've seen the animations of the sexy clown girl. Same. By the way, that's an extremely good trial. The clown one? Nova was saying that there were gonna be clowns that I actually liked at some point. At some point. Short but very good. Okay. Yes, it's Turnabout Storyteller. We spoke extensively about it because of another character. We did? I don't remember. But anyway, okay, I have all of the days that we will be streaming. Okay, so June 15th. Oh! Yes! Yes, I do remember that now. Yes. Okay. We did speak extensively about that. Yeah. Okay. June 15th, 16th, and 17th. And then June 7th, 8th, and 9th. Or July 7th, 8th, and 9th. And then October 8th and 9th is gonna be what the stream schedule is. And I will put that in my Twitch panels in the future stream plans panel. And I will put it in my schedule. I am very excited to keep going with this eventually. Very excited. Okay. So what do you think, Romeo? What do you think of Apollo Justice so far? Excited to see the other things you plan besides this too. Yeah, I mean, I am planning other things. I've got the capture card coming to play Kingdom Hearts. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna exit the game. And... Oh. Boop. Okay. Boop. Oh, nope, I closed all of my fucking tabs. Awesome. Fucking hell. I think Apollo Justice should be taken to a scream room. You know how I said Apollo deserves to play the drums? Because I think he should get some rage out? So... I get why he needs the drums. Yeah. The Henry Stickmin collection is $15 on Steam. So I think that can be one of the next ones I do, potentially. All of the reviews are overwhelmingly positive. I like that that's a designation that Steam makes. It's not just positive, it's overwhelmingly. I'll get you Tomodachi Life at some point. I'll cry. I'll cry and piss and shit myself right now. Dude. Tomodachi Life. Acting normal about that information. I know that Henry Stickmin is like your Kingdom Hearts, so I will play it at some point for you. Don't, you're on stream. What? Listen, I know it's your Kingdom Hearts in that it's your thing that makes you go absolutely cuckoo bananas insane, like, and pee and shit. Oh, don't pee and shit on stream? Listen, I do what I want. I washed my hands on stream the other day. I think the Henry Stickmin collection would be really fun. Solar Issue about you, the game, I'll get you Tomodachi Life. Why are two people wanting to get me Tomodachi Life? Listen, if you know what? If you really want to donate money, this is for anybody listening, if you really want to donate money to suggest I get a particular game, okay? Suggest the game in the Discord and donate the money. Donate the money for it through the donate button. Specifically the like tip button. Because that can send money through PayPal. You should play the dinosaur game you do when it's offline. You know what? You're so right. Let's play the fucking Chrome dinosaur game right now. Give me 2 seconds and I will have that dinosaur game up. I'm gonna get Tomodachi Life, but I need to wait until a physical copy is in stock because that's how I work. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Boom. Boom. Okay. Fucking typing it wrong. Google dinosaur game. Here we go. Here's the thrilling gameplay. Are we satisfied now, Romeo? Am I giving the people what they want? Actually, can we wrap up? I need to sleep because I'm like violently ill. Yeah, shit. I forgot. Okay. Yeah, let's wrap this up. Okay. Thank you guys for coming out. Yeah, thank you for being here. I don't think I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I think I'm gonna take a rest day. Bye. I want to find a copy of game. It's been nice. This was really fun and awesome. I'm glad, dude. It makes me really happy that we got here, you know? Want Tomodachi Life copy. Same. But yeah, if anybody really wants to donate any money for me to play a particular game, then the tip button makes it so that you can give money to PayPal to me on PayPal, which makes the money come to me much more directly than going through Twitch, because I don't get any money from Twitch until I make $100. And I don't think I've made $100 yet. So if you wanna pay for me to get a game, That would be the way to do it. Okay. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. Have a very nice night. I love you all. Goodbye.
Bye.